We're going to Yona. We're going to find the long-lost realm of the giants. That's...
Inconvenient.
Yeah, that's just what I was saying.
Well, that's a way to immediately open back up. Right. When last we left off, we just cut off Mimir's head. And now we got to go see Freya. See if she can revive him. Although odd that it started me back up here. Could have sworn I moved down the mountain already. I did. Yep, I'm in Final Fantasy VII Remake fight mode. This is gonna be fun.
Do you remember the way to the witch's house?
Yes. The woods with the blood-red leaves. South of the lake. I know just where to go.
Because I've always been curious about the series, Ruggles.
Nice. Before you cut off his head.
And also because Random is always talking about it.
Well, I figured I'd go through it and have Random explain things to me. Much to her chagrin.
I can't believe it was Baldur that came to our house. The Aesir god. Baldur. And you fought him. And won.
Yes.
One of Odin's sons. Thor's brother. And now he's hunting us with his nephews. Why is this happening?
If we can raise the head, you can ask him.
Okay. You know, it's silly, but I secretly hope we find a giant somewhere in that mountain. I guess they really did leave Midgard. Except for the serpent. He may be the last of his kind. Are you the last of your kind too? Is that why you don't like to talk about
My kind?
I mean, your family. Before Mother and I. Where you came from. Mother, a father?
Now is not the time for that.
Yes, sir.
Technically, Kratos isn't the last. He left a few alive. I still think at some point we're going to have to throw ourselves from this. Because there is very clearly one of those towers down there. Greetings and salutations to you, Gista Goat. Greetings to you as well, Styx. And that's actually the fun thing, Ruggles. Random is going to be along for the ride for Kingdom Hearts, so she can explain the lore to me. And fill in any gaps that the games are leaving.
Rock! Rock! Rock!
What? I'm on a fucking break. Don't hear me screeching at you whenever you're twiddling your short and curlies.
Leave him, boy.
No, Fat. Well, you already soiled my solitude, so you may as well join me.
You're not hungry.
Good. It's not what I was offering.
Saw your brother again.
Congratulations. And I'm sure you'll let him go and roger my axe good and plenty again. Hmm? Let's see the damage.
Brock and Sindri are always fun.
Little canker throat wouldn't know proper weight and balance if it were dangling off his chut. You eating well enough?
I guess.
Good. All better. Now what the fuck else you want, huh? Times he gets so wrapped up in his work, Sentry hasn't the sense to sip or sup. And if he does remember, good luck getting him to cook his own meat. Guess I got all the stomach in the family. Along with the smarts.
You miss him.
What, that spit-fister? What do you know?
I just mean that...
Hey, do you mind? Trying to concentrate here, already on a break from my break.
Break from his break.
Sure, I'm open.
I love these two. Greetings and salutations to you, everyone. Right. I really should have gone farming in the Firelands. Ah, well, maybe next time. As for right now, I think we're pretty well set.
Good stuff. Suit yourself.
Hey, where's your beast of burden?
What do you mean? I ate her. Fat bits of her out just a while ago.
What is wrong with you?
What? Her milk ran dry.
She was your friend.
Then she'll be happy I'm so well fed. Shit bricks, boy, you got a real sentimental streak, know that? Don't get yourself confused out there. I'm getting back to it.
Let's see, we should still be on Midgar.
Go!
Yep, I'm still trying to run like in Final Fantasy. That's gonna be fun to break.
Boy, what is the path back to the witch?
First, we need to find a boat.
Greetings and salutations to you, Bree.
From here.
That way, behind the big statue of Thor.
Thank you very much for the 25 bits. I hope that life is treating you well.
Port?
Oh, the boat's left.
Correct.
I have already misplaced that statue of Thor. Oh well, maybe we'll get story time with Kratos. Not quite. I cannot quite match Christopher Judge. This game is oddly peaceful at times. I'm glad to hear that you got some good news. They keep calling her the witch, but she is very clearly Freya. For those who are new to these God of War streams of mine, be aware that I do have a passing knowledge of Norse mythology, so expect me to call out things in advance, without fully realizing what's going on.
Oh, hello. How do I make him fire?
Howdy.
know she's really powerful, but you really think the witch can bring a head back to life?
She seems competent in her craft. And we have nothing to lose.
If she can't bring it back to life, can we keep the head?
No. But you may feed it to the fish.
Okay.
That was surprisingly dark coming from Atreus. He really is Kratos' son.
Okay, here we go. Almost ready.
I have very clearly forgotten how to play. Or is it more that I'm still in Final Fantasy VII mode? Probably a little of both.
Did it.
I will adapt eventually. What's that?
I bet this'll lead out.
Boy. Symbol of courage. Now we just need hope, sincerity. I'll leave it there.
Ooh,
Turn
hello.
back Aesir. Guess the gods aren't welcome here.
Let's go back down. There's still more seals to find. Unless they're up above, which they might be. I'm always bad about hunting for these seals. Oh, the path is opened. Still can't quite cross here.
Unless...
Can I jump down? No, it does not seem to want to let me. There is still ankle-deep water there. I will get you eventually. You will be mine.
Oh.
Greetings and salutations to you, Bloody. How fare you today?
Atreus, follow me.
Be right there.
There should be another one around here. That one was below the water line, so it stands to reason that the other one is as well.
Ooh, hello there.
So how do we get over there? There's another doorway, clearly. Which specific gap are you talking about, X-Ward? You mean the one down here? Because this one I cannot. I assume it has something to do with this. Which I don't think I have the tool for that yet. There's quite a few things I'm gonna have to. Wait. I wonder if I could have taken the boat over here earlier. What? Raise arrows? Here? Wait a moment, I'm an idiot. I completely forgot what these crystals were for. Thank you for mentioning that. Now I need to bring something that's going to explode over here. Crystallized sap. Where am I going to get that sap?
Right there.
It's been what? 2 weeks since I played? Symbol of cunning. Greetings and salutations to you, Arendir. I'm doing fairly well so far.
Let's go open that chest.
Boy.
It's another one of those maps. It's
I
not
still want to know what's behind these doors. It said I found 5 of 7 of them. There's bound to be something to it. Ooh, shocking. Oh, yes.
How was that?
I see improvement.
The boy learned how to do the lightning arrows
I think I
back in
see
the
enough
last
one of those
stream.
bowls of sand up there.
We may or may not have killed a dragon.
Not sure how we reach it though. There's something up there.
I know the way we reach it. We just can't reach it yet.
Father, look up there.
Yes, I see it, boy. Wait a moment.
Here. Boy.
Yes, sir.
Oh, me want.
Let's go ahead and move this into a position that's advantageous to us. That should be about equidistant. Mind you, I can't do anything about it due to the hell's brambles.
Unless...
Boy.
Okay, well, that's way too far to jump.
Uh-huh. You've jumped further.
This'll be fun. Almost there.
Good boy.
It is. It's another one of those sand bowls. Bow.
Oh, come on, you were saying that was too far to jump earlier. Methinks the boy just wanted a ride. Murder of crows. Oh, yes, please. Yes. Definitely. There's another one of those balls up there. So that will probably be later. Yeah, that's about equidistant. But that will serve well enough for now. Horn of Bloodmead. 2 more of those and that should be it. We only need 1 more Apple of Idun. Greetings and salutations to you, holy cow. Doing fairly well so far. Yourself? I take it there's only certain armors available at certain times. See, I need a crystal. You know. This is my first time playing any God of War game.
Boy.
Interesting.
Greetings to you, random. Thank you very much for the 38-month resub. You had better be taking care of yourself first and foremost.
Or I'm going to stick you in a bubble.
How's it going, Charlie? Is your witch friend here?
What is that name?
That's what he told me it was. Or what it sounded like in my head, anyway. Charlie. Right behind you! Bust up! I'm ready! Enemy down!
Come on, you can hit me.
Get away from
Forgot how much fun parrying in this game was. Oh, yes! Mine. Come on. You can do it. I know I murdered all of your friends, but surely you will be the one to get me.
I'm done here. Read it.
Yes, sir. Saith their neat things upon all who trespass.
I don't think I got to fully explore last time. So let's run around like idiots for a bit. Oh, wait. We came this way.
Oh. All right.
Greetings and salutations to you, Lexi Luna. How fare you today?
Another one of those sand bowls.
What does it say?
Falcon, hawk, and turtle dove. Swim aloft in oceans above. Huh?
Those runes on the rock.
They don't spell anything. It's gibberish.
It's
Want me to read
not
this one?
gibberish. Maybe it's just missing something. Well, they're going to need whatever this is to clear these rocks off to begin with.
Right.
Those runes on the rock.
They don't spell anything. It's gibberish.
If you say so, boy.
Father, she is here. It's so good to see you again. I knew you weren't dead.
Hello.
Oh, can you bring a head back to life?
I'm not sure I understand what... Wait. Where did you get those? The arrows. Give them to me, now.
They were a gift.
Do as she says, boy.
These arrows are dangerous. They're wicked. You find any more, you destroy them, understand? Do you understand? Say it!
I understand. If I see them, I'll destroy them.
It's all I ask. Forgive me. Please, take my
Definitely,
arrows in
Freya.
my place. I have no need for them anymore. Now, what's this about a head? Do you have any idea who this is? Did you kill him?
At his request. He claimed you could revive him.
Me? Are you sure you heard him right?
Please?
Take him to the table. Pamela. It's been a long time since I've practiced the old magic. Hold him there. Let's have a look. Well, thankfully his head hasn't decayed much and his brain is still intact. Nice clean cut. Cutting off his head of all people. I sure hope you know what you're doing. Now, hold his head under the water and don't let go. I mean it.
There are some interpretations of Norse mythology that combine Frigg and Freya. I imagine this is one such instance.
That's enough.
It worked!
Let me see him. Mimir? You there?
Yes.
Good.
Oh. Hello, Freya. Been a long time. You look well.
What I did for them. As far as I'm concerned, death suits you better.
I'd bow if I could, Your Majesty. Forgive me. Had I known the witch in the woods was Freya herself, I never would have suggested this.
Freya? The goddess Freya?
You didn't know either? Sorry.
When word gets out that Mimir is free, the wrath of Odin won't be far behind.
You are God.
Leader of the Vanir, once, yes. But no longer.
You did not think it important to tell me.
Are you really going to lecture me about that?
Ooh, fair play.
Bleeding boy.
But
Now.
You're welcome.
Oh, he is not happy.
why did you do that?
We cannot trust her.
Because she's a god?
Have I taught you nothing, boy?
But she's helped us a lot.
She lied.
Some people value their privacy. Best not to judge, brother.
When I require your council head, I will ask.
Get me to Tyr's temple in the Lake of the Nine, and I'll get you to Jotunheim as promised.
We know the temple. What's there?
Only the last living giant in Midgard. Who better to tell us the way?
The world serpent? Wait, do you know how to talk to him?
Indeed. He speaks an obscure tongue more ancient even than these mountains. None are left in Midgard who speak it. Except, of course, for me.
You do?
It's true. You wouldn't know it to look at him, but Jormungandr is a sparkling conversationalist.
Mimir is going to be fun. I can already tell. Oh, this is going to be enjoyable. There was a lot that gave away who she was. Her knowledge, her place of residence, her abilities. You know what? Let's take the boat. More fun talkie times that way. Nice, we have a new passenger now.
Why did Freya spit in your face?
No. Speak of Balder. He claims nothing harms him.
Aye, Baldur is blessed with invulnerability to all threats, physical or magical.
Boasting of a god. Everyone has a weakness.
Not him, I'm afraid. Baldur is blessed with invulnerability to all threats, physical or magical.
You just said that, Mimir.
Did I?
What is the source of this power?
Well, as I recall, it involved, a spell?
Mimir?
Parts of my brain must still be coming back to life. Just need a moment to finish waking up.
No.
He's not broken.
He's not broken and parts of his brain are not coming back to life or waking up. Freya cast a spell on him. Cursed him. He freaked out about the mistletoe arrows, so... He's still trying to protect Baldur. Got it. That's probably a plot point that's going to come up later.
She thinks she's sneaky, but she's not.
Mimir, we're in the lake.
Perfect. Dock us near the bridge.
I imagine when I do this, the lake will shift again. Which means I'll have new places to explore.
Ed, how do we speak to the serpent?
There's a horn on a platform at the middle point of the bridge. Take me to it.
Finally, that horn.
Knew it. Eventually, I might grow tired of saying knew it and called it.
Good. Now put my lips to the horn.
Guess it's gonna happen a lot in this.
Why is he doing that?
Odin had that statue made in honor of Thor. And seeing as the world serpent absolutely abhors the fat dauber, he was probably sick of looking at it.
But doesn't that hurt?
Well, he and Thor have a bit of an unpleasant history between them. Or they will, anyway. So I guess waking up to see it was worse than the thought of lumps of solid stone passing through his gullet. You want me to ask him?
No. Our only concern is Jotunheim.
Alright, wish me luck. remembers me. Why you... Oh no, that's not right. Mokuno Untunku. He knows the pain of your loss. He will help you. Curious.
What is it?
Nothing to be concerned about.
What is he doing?
Making sure we're heading in the right direction. Listen closely now. We need two things to get us into the land of the giants. First, we need to learn the travel rune that opens realm travel to Jotunheim. Second, we need to carve that rune into the special gateway.
Is that one of the people we first met you?
Correct. Except the giants, in their infinite wisdom, saw to it that no ordinary chisel would do the job. Only the tip of a magical chisel opens that gate. Luckily, I know where it is. It's not far.
He looks kind of mad for a moment.
Now that, I thought I said you were friends of Odin. Forgive me. I've spoken the ancient tongue sober.
I'm sorry, did he just say he's never spoken
Wait,
it
look.
sober?
The water's dropped even further. You can see more of the realm towers and statues. I even see new places to explore along the shore.
Where is this chisel?
Find me a boat, and we'll go from there.
Okay then. It is time for exploration!
So when we get to the boat, we can either look for that special chisel now, or go exploring for a little while. I'm happy with whatever you want to do.
We will explore, boy. There are resources to be gained.
And also, things to steal. Oh, hello.
Find there.
No earthly key nor physical force can get past the magic of that lock. Don't even look at it.
You are full of shit, Mimir. I wouldn't put it here if I couldn't open it. Huh. So this is what all this looks like.
Ooh, hello. What's this?
Never seen a lock like that before.
Reminds me of something I've seen Tyr sketch. He liked to combine various symbols into runes all his own. This one, I believe, means...
Peace, unity, mercy, other things too. I see what he did, but how do we get inside?
We have other concerns.
The what challenge? Everything else in the game will be unlocked through progression? Got it.
So what you're saying is, now is the time to explore. Ah, there's two of those doors.
This is locked up good.
Probably goes to the same area, if I had to guess.
Which way to the chisel?
Boat under the bridge, keep rowing towards the statues of the oarsmen, then thread past between them.
Mimir, you never did tell me why Freya spit in your face.
Well, she blames me in large measure for her present circumstances, and not totally without reason. It all goes back to the long war between the Aesir and Vanir. Prior to that, wars for the Aesir were easily won, but the Vanir had proved their equal and exacted devastating damage. Both sides suffered tremendous losses, and for many of us, quite frankly, war was simply no fun anymore, but a rather senseless waste of precious life. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Precisely. Enough was enough. And at last, Odin's most brilliant advisor became determined to find a more enlightened path. He set about to broker a peace between the gods. It took some convincing, but ultimately Odin was persuaded to marry his deadliest enemy, a certain Vanir goddess, legendary not only for her fertile beauty, but her genius at the very Vanir magic that Odin had long aspired to master.
Freya married Odin? What was in it for her?
It was a sacrifice to protect her people, a selfless act of love. Truly, she deserves better than she got. But of course, there's more to that story.
What? You're just going to leave it there? Alright. Ooh.
Both are.
Are you okay?
No, son. My goods are underwater. My men are drowned, and yet their bodies continue to walk the beaches. Hellwalkers. They plague these lands. I was their captain. They died because of me. But these abominations sully their memories. I will find a way to free them from their tortured state. In this, I am determined. A thunderstorm scattered all 3 of my ships across the lake. I know not what I did to anger Thor, but his judgment was swift and brutal.
Duly noted. Oh, piss on this.
That takes care of that.
Look here.
Sir. Treasure map. All right.
Well, hello?
Will be useful later. On the way up. I hear a bastard. Where is it? Might have to go further up first. Take care, Lexi Luna. And thank you very much for the follow, Zilban. If I mispronounced your name, please correct me. I've been here before. But how do I get up there?
A wolf!
A dangerous beast. We will take you down together.
It's just a werewolf. Get me up, boy. I started this with low health. Come on, baby. This is fine. This gets me more health. I know I hear one of Odin's ravens. Where is it? There it is. Or is it? That might have just been a seagull. I think that was just a seagull.
A dangerous beast.
Okay, big boy. So it's hard to dodge that. Duly noted.
Almost there!
You don't want to.
Hold on!
I'm rustier than I thought.
Sorry, not ready! Father!
And thank you very much for the tier 1 sub, Nene 2021. And thank you for the follow as well. If I mispronounced your name, please do correct me. More defensive approach. I have been exceedingly aggressive with my fighting style so far. So let's try more defensive. I did in fact forget those existed, Richie. Thank you for reminding me. Greetings and salutations to you, Bromat.
I don't know what we're still doing.
Thank you very much for the raid.
A wolf!
I hope your stream went well.
We will take him down together.
I'll admit. Oh, this is going as poorly as last time. The first attack I've got to work on. I think the issue may be I'm trying to parry everything they do. Not always the smartest. We'll give that one more try before moving on. Must be on the other side of this wall. I think it's more that I'm still in Final Fantasy VII mode, Ruggles. It has been 2 weeks since I last played this. Let's try different approach. Let's try fists instead of axe this time.
Are we lost? Nah. A wolverine!
A dangerous beast. We will take him down together.
I felt that one, brother. I get there, brother.
As far as tip goes, feel free to say whatever. As long as it's not story spoilers, I'm fine with anything. I did say I would move on from this point. We can come back here later.
I discovered opportunities for hunting and trade in these lands. I gave up my search for...
Boy, what a sad story.
Yes. We should help him.
Really?
You are surprised.
Well, yeah. I didn't think you'd care about helping a spirit.
Fighting more Hellwalkers is good experience for you.
Ah.
That depends on several factors, Lexi Luna.
I can't believe
I do not have an answer for that yet.
Love and hate are more closely intertwined than you might imagine. For instance, Odin hates the giants and they him. Thor's own mother is the giantess Jorgun, one of Odin's great loves.
So Thor's half god and half giant? Weird.
Once Fjorgun was gone, lonely ages passed for Odin. And as war with the Vanir raged, I could see what he really wanted beneath his bluster. And after no small amount of convincing, Freya agreed. For a while there, he really turned on the charm. He seemed happy. He seemed interested in making her happy. He granted her so many wishes I can scarcely recall them all. The peace held, and I truly believed all had worked out better than I could have planned. But Odin's true face showed itself again in the end. Oh, he won Freya's trust, and she taught him some of her Vanir magic, another choice she would live to bitterly regret. Sadly, despite his wise counselors' best efforts to persuade him that peace was the only true path to stave off Ragnarok, Odin never let go of his obsession with Jotunheim. The taste of Vanir magic led him to new forms of experimentation and new levels of depravity.
Greetings to you, Bebos. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope your stream went well as well. And thank you very much for the follow. I dream of Azathoth. If I mispronounced your name, please correct me. And thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, Red Bandicola.
Should we dock on this beach?
Yes. That is generally true, Screamlord. Greetings to you, fearless monster. I feel like I've been here before. Have I been here before?
Now where do we go from here?
I've definitely been here before. Aha.
I have a favor to ask. Just a small favor, really. Do you remember the dagger you gave me?
The dagger stabbed into the Reaver's back? His own son killed him? Yeah, I haven't forgotten that one.
Well, I traced it to a group of Reavers that operate out of the Northry stronghold. I'd wager that's where they took their haul from Fafnir's storeroom, along with that whetstone that I could use to help you.
Another treasure hunt? Pointless.
Well, not if Sindri really can make us better equipment with that whetstone. Plus, the Reaver's son. He murdered his father.
Boy, you will find that is a very common thing.
Why, Kratos could tell you stories about that. Hello?
Oh, already got that. Thank you very much for the 250 bits, Mr. Insecure. Patricide does run in the family. Let us hope that Atreus does not take that much after his father. And thank you very much for the follow, Dragon Game GW. If I mispronounce your name, please correct me.
Okay, obviously the marriage to Odin didn't last. But how did Frey end up a hermit in the woods?
Oh, that was a singular piece of cruelty, even for Odin. As if the marriage wasn't punishment enough. Freya was better to him than he deserved. She stuck it out through all manner of indignity, all in the name of maintaining peace and safety for her people. But Odin's madness, his tyranny, his corruption of her magics, it became more than she could stomach, and at long last she broke it off. Odin's wrath was fierce, and his curses upon her were more than she dared to fear.
But her magic was so much stronger than his.
After so much time together, he knew her vulnerabilities and exploited them to craft curses she could never break.
Oh, like not being able to leave Midgard.
Worse still, he robbed her of her warrior spirit. Freya cannot fight, even to defend herself. No living thing may she harm by blade nor spell. In a world this belligerent, what choice does she have but isolation?
Poor Freya. I guess if I was her, I'd spit in your face too.
Aye, lad. So would I.
Ah. No living thing may she harm. But what if we took Odin and made him undead? Then she could harm him all she wanted.
That needs to be blown up. Somehow. I keep hearing Odin's ravens. I'm not actively seeing them. I'll be okay in a moment. I need to deal with this mage first.
I'm not ready.
Go ahead and give me up, boy.
Let's go.
Come on, big boy. Now that you don't have your little missile friends to help you. Ooh, nice hit, Atreus. Ooh, he's just a little too high for me to hit him with the shield.
This is the last one. I got one.
Very nicely done, boy.
Were all those guys part of his crew? That's a tough crew.
And all were his responsibility.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Does it frighten you? Responsibility.
Oh, no. I don't think so. I mean, I think it used to, but not as much anymore.
Why is that?
Well, being out here with you makes me feel more grown up.
Aww. And thank you very much for the 200 bits, Nene. My apologies for missing that. I'm still trying to shake off the rust. Congratulations on your new job as well. I know I hear one of those little bastards. I will find it. When I do, it's dead.
Boy,
Sir, okay. That's going in the journal.
Bound to be some way over there. Oh, the explosive pots. Good, good. Little higher. Bingo. Interesting. Don't think I'm quite close enough for that. That is going to be a very rough fight. I've definitely been here before. Couldn't cross over there before. There's also no way back if I do this.
Found it!
Leapter alloy.
Oh ho ho.
There was nothing worthwhile there. Or maybe there was. There was! Ha ha ha! Emir's breath. Not that great. There you are, you little bastard. Let's go ahead and get this treasure chest while we're here. Then we'll go up and around. Right. This needs to go down one. Might be able to hit it from here. Hey, what do you know? I can. Let's go ahead and make this mistake. Really? No fight? Good.
Wee.
Doesn't seem like there's anything immediately here, so we should be safe to move on.
Oh ho ho, hello.
Did we actually find a living person here?
Tyr's braziers, a symbol of the light that binds all realms together.
Why would he use those strange runes, though?
Now you mention it, he wouldn't.
Ooh, purple boy! This might have been a mistake. Oh,
Get up, brother!
nice. Alright. Alright. We're trying that 2 more times. Because I'm not one to give up that easily. So that I can probably parry. There were no markings on it.
Good, 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 good.
What do they call these? Sack runs? Just dying on purpose to learn more about your enemy?
I need to check something real quick.
So that's how you do it. Okay, I'd completely forgotten how to do these skills. Oh yeah, the ice beam's going to do work. Right, murder of crows. I need to use that. Or maybe I need to use Wrath of the Wolf. We'll use crows. Let's see what we have for skills real quick. Pausing against this enemy is just going to be a death sentence. That is not wise to do. What is this? Stances. Let's actually boost Atreus. Alright, he is set until he has his final upgrade. I may as well grab this. Ooh, nice. Alright. Ooh, nice. Almost got me. Ooh, solid hit. Oh, so those enemies are called travelers. Got it. So parrying did not work on any of that. Which means my best option is simply dodge and do not get hit. No, it's generally good about letting me keep my skills. You're kidding me. Okay, I deserve that one. Okay, gonna call a mulligan on that one.
Oh, let's try that again. With gusto!
Okay, laser does not work.
It does not work. Got it.
I see Nightbot's doing that thing again. So with that in mind, let's swap this off. Let's go with that because we can be dodging while it's doing that. Was finally starting to get the feel for that. So in other words, locking on target is what got me destroyed with the laser there. We'll see about that. Ooh, solid hit. Ooh, he turned around quick. Alright, give me one more try. One more, then we'll go back to actual story. Because if nothing else, this is helping me warm up on the combat system. Never mind, I tried to get fancy. Then again, I would have to go back and do all this again.
Oh well, I guess my hand is forced. I just gotta keep fighting him.
I'm afraid I don't have anything that does fire damage. Oh! That's a new attack. Okay, so he's got a thrust attack. Means we probably have to keep him in mid-range. Moving on. I could, but it actually seems like he's enchanted with ice. My fists don't do anything to him. The axe does decent, but it seems he's resisting.
What's that down there?
Oh, hello, what's this?
Mimir, there was a shrine about a giant lady with lots of books and visions.
Ah, that would be Groa, the Knowledge Keeper. She was a gifted sorceress who gathered every tome of arcane wisdom she could find in the realms, all in the hopes of augmenting her powers of prophecy that she might find her lost husband, Arvandil. But it was not her husband she would glimpse in her visions, for it was Groa, seeing longer and farther than any before or since, who witnessed Ragnarok, the end and the beginning. When Odin caught word of her ultimate prophecy, he maneuvered to obtain her knowledge and hoard it for himself. Groa knew Odin as a long-time patron of her services, and so she welcomed him into her library as a friend. What she did not know is that Odin himself was behind her husband's disappearance, having used his enchantments to conceal his death at Thor's hands from her sight. Smiling, jealous Odin took her by the throat, and with his very hands he stole her library and her life for his own.
I always knew Odin was bad, but that's just...
Ruthless, barbaric, heartless? That's Odin. In fact, we would do well to sit here in silence for the next few moments and reflect on Odin's capacity for cruelty.
We are going to explore a little bit more. Then we'll move on. As stated, that helped me warm up quite a bit. Why am I not able to climb this? There are more enemies? No, there aren't. Me too, boy. Me too. Greetings to you, Chocolate Zombie. Precisely, Red Bandicola. There's no better way to shake off rust than fighting a losing battle. Wee.
A wolver.
A dangerous beast. We will take him down together.
Ah, great. At least there's only one. I hit the entirely wrong one. He knocked me all the way back down.
Hi. Aha.
Really? Story-wise, we just picked up Mimir. I hear one. Oh, there's a tear down there. Do. That correct? Yes, it is.
That was also correct. Need just one more now.
And thank you very much for the follow, the Royal Knight 059. There's the last one. We'll go further down and explore in a moment. Interesting. Really? It was a door that was sealed. Huh. You'll have to come back to that. Now, I know that's not one of Odin's, but it is a bird.
Interessante.
This is still a little better, though. It's gonna be a crew fight. Or is it? I feel like I've been here before.
Or have I?
That was not much of anything. Next fight we get into, I probably will die.
If only to reset HP.
Wait for it. Ah, slight miss. Little bit higher. Wait for it. Ooh, a little higher. Always had to simplify. Want that, though. This is about to be a fight. Oh, look at you, Atreus.
Seriously. How did this one captain lead so many men?
He had their loyalty, so they followed.
And then they all died. He must have been a bad leader.
Why do you think that?
Well, he led all these men to their deaths.
True, but these men chose to follow. Even good leaders make poor choices. The best take responsibility for them. Remember this. Boy.
Take care, Bree.
All right.
And thank you for dropping by. And thank you for the 15 bits as well.
That is a Soul Eater. It is not going to be happy when I blow this up.
This needed to happen because I needed my health back anyway, so that works. And yes, I can grab the chunks to do that. Now would be the time to swap back to, Breath of the Frost Ancient. Fire Sigil of Focus. Handy.
Father, were you ever a leader?
Many years ago, yes. I led men in battle.
Were you a good leader?
It is complicated.
Did you
no
ever...
more questions, boy. Focus on the task at hand.
Yes, sir.
Aha.
Mimir, is there a story for the giant with the flaming sword?
Stuart the Brave. Of course. We've spoken so much of frost giants. It's about time we instead met the most fiery giant of all. Back when Ymir first emerged from Ginnungagop, it was Stuart who followed next. He came from Muspelheim, the Fire Realm, bringing heat to the young cosmos, conjuring the sun from his primordial flame. But let's come back to that flaming sword, shall we? Stuart the Brave forged his sword of flame for one purpose alone: to burn down Asgard when Ragnarok comes at last. His destiny is to fall at the hands of Thor and Odin, but in so doing, strike the blow that leaves their realm in ash and ruin. And from that destruction, the world can be born anew. Until then, alone he waits in Muspelheim, never sleeping, ever honing his fiery blade. Brave, generous Stuart, who knows he lives but to his doom. All because he chooses to serve a grand cycle so much bigger than himself. To truly embrace your purpose and the patience and sacrifice it demands is to ensure your day will come.
Do you think we'll be there when that day comes?
I've seen enough of war between the gods, but you, little brother, who can say?
We could beach about here.
Watch your back!
Let's just say I have theories on Atreus. But I will need to see more before I decide.
Wow, there was another shipwreck under the water.
I forget. Is this the one where the Traveler was? No, there's a gateway here. Okay. Nope. I'm not getting caught in a corner by a bunch of weaklings.
That was the last ship. I hope the captain will be satisfied now.
Unlikely. He was determined to put these men to rest himself.
But he would have never been able to.
That does not matter to him. Our victory will only remind him of his failure.
Then, why do we do this?
Tyr's braziers, a symbol of the light that binds all realms together.
Why would he use those strange runes, though?
Now you mention it, he wouldn't.
I still can't read these.
We will have the full cipher eventually. Actually, come to think of it, where was this captain? Ah, there he is. That gateway is not available. Traveler's right there. So we need to head due north.
Father, why did you really want to help the Spear?
You need the experience.
I've had plenty of experience fighting these things. What's the real reason?
This man inspired loyalty. He took responsibility for his mistakes, and he was determined to fix them. These are good lessons for you.
Oh.
Yes. Oh.
Should be this one, yes.
My men are...
That's right. We laid them all to rest.
I see. So even in death, I am a failure.
But in life you were honorable, strong-willed, and you inspired loyalty. These are good qualities, aren't they, boy?
Yeah. I couldn't believe how many men followed you here.
I thank you for your kind words. May your journey have a more pleasant end than mine.
Well, you're right. You didn't seem very satisfied. I guess you never really get over losing ones you care about.
Never.
What did did the spirit leave us?
An offering to one of the gods.
Can we use it?
No, but perhaps the dwarves can.
Why, it's almost as if memories of your loved ones cling to your skin. Isn't that right, Kratos? You would know all about that, wouldn't you?
No particular reason.
Well, you gentlemen certainly know how to get around. Why don't you tell me how all this began with Balder?
He just knocked on our door.
Balder of Asgard just knocked on your door.
Yeah, he just showed up and started a fight. He said he wanted to know something. He said, I know what you are.
Oh, well, we'll circle back to that later. What exactly did he want to know?
I was under the floor by then.
He said I already knew what he wanted. Perhaps he mistook me for another.
Huh, that's quite interesting.
I kinda want to see what's going to happen. There's bound to be some sort of enchantment that won't let me go down there, or will simply kill me. But I want to find out.
Really?
Oh dear.
Up on, boy. I'm going to teach you how to fly.
Bad idea!
The goal is to miss the ground! Yeah, I kind of figured they wouldn't let us down there yet.
Oh there. Got another favor to ask you two.
What is it, Brock?
What do you want, dwarf?
I got another lead on my old pal on Vari. Meet me at the Lawn Soother mines. There's some fancy-dancy loot in it for you.
Another lead? But we already found him. Well, found his hand anyways.
I'll explain at the mines. These ones is just south of the river pass. Now you two want something, or you just gonna stand there all gag-scrapped and slack-jawed? What's it gonna be this time? Take the
Volander.
ring off on Vari's hand at the Velander mines. Feller was always tampering with souls and dark rituals and matters of the night, see?
Ooh. Full plate armor.
Just the sound of his hammer flattening metal were enough to stoke my fires all blissful. Shit, you better clear out before I get all frisky.
Interesting. Still not better than what I currently have. And thank you very much for the follow. I'm probably going to get this name incorrect. So if I do, please feel free to correct me. But I believe it is Ciatalvin?
Yeah, boy?
Yeah. This would be better.
Dirty stuff. What's it gonna be?
My apologies for that. The upgrade. Here's breath.
Get him, mister.
That's better. Interesting. This golden talisman might be what I want. Increases the window for parries? Yes, please.
What you need.
That is a lot of hack silver required.
At least we got that taken care of. Got something else in mind?
Let's see. Let's go ahead and grab a resurrection stone.
Was that all there is?
I guess we have more side quests to do. Other map. I don't really know how to get there. Would not be the witch's cave. I've already been here once, so there's a way to get there. Oh wow, that is way up there. That is further up this way. So let's see if we can make it back to here. Let's see. Witch's house is probably going to be the way to go. Let's head in and find out. Oh yeah, there is a little path right there, isn't there? Take care and rest well, Joe. So those gateways only go to Brock's shop right now. Does not seem terribly useful.
I have a question. If Ymir was the first giant, where did he come from?
In the beginning, it was Ganungagok, the Great Void. There were no realms yet, only primordial forces. There was fire, and there was ice. And there in the void they met and produced...
Water?
more than water. The mystic lifeblood of something entirely new. From this water, Ymir took form and became a being of pure creation and chaos, mother and father to all that came after.
Even the Aesir?
Aye. Every god, man, and beast came first from Ymir's flesh. Though it was the Aesir who thought themselves so superior that they should hold dominion over the rest of creation. It was Odin who took arms against his creator and spilled Ymir's lifeblood with his spear. A necessary evil, he would say, to bring order to the realms. From Ymir's torn flesh, Odin would fashion the realm of Midgard for his own. Called himself All-Father as if he was the creator, and not the Creator's destroyer. A small, covetous tyrant.
Amir?
Huh? Oh. Sorry, my boy. You know, I think it best we just end it there, actually.
To be fair, Mimir's not off the mark with Odin. Although I will say he is omitting Odin's siblings from the mix.
Should we dock on this beach?
Interesting. What the hell was that? I am very clearly outclassed for the moment. Let's bypass that for now. We can always come back.
Ah, Fafnir. I always wondered what became of him.
Wait, Fafnir? Like, Fafnir's storeroom Fafnir?
The very one.
But Sindri said he was a dwarf.
He was. And now he's a dragon. Funny how life works, isn't it?
He's chained up.
Perhaps we should keep an eye out for binding shrines and free the poor bastard. Aye, lads?
Huh. That is a wholly different, side quest. Alright then.
He's down.
Runes. Of course. What, does he actually realize we're here to help him? Apparently so.
Spoke too soon.
What the hell is that? That must be another traveler.
What do we do with that?
We'll show it to the dwarves.
Did we already destroy this? No, but now we
Why did your
did.
friend become a dragon, Mimir?
Oh, he's no friend of mine. This little scrote was a constant source of annoyance amongst Aesir and Vanir alike.
Then why free him?
Trust the recently liberated brother. No one deserves to be held captive like this. Even a greedy little dwarf come dragon.
Almost there! Only 2 left!
Never answered the boy's question, Ed. How did this dwarf become a dragon?
I don't know for certain, though I'd wager his penchant for stealing magical artifacts had something to do with it. Must have stolen a trinket from the wrong Vanir goddess.
Time to set him free. Think he'll remember you?
I don't know, lad. A lot's changed since we last crossed paths. I had legs.
Here. Boy.
Okay. That's going in the journal.
If you're reading this, go away. You don't belong here. This is my ravine. And don't touch any of my stuff on your way out. You're still here? I told you to leave. These are my treasures, and you can't have them. The best stuff is in my storeroom anyways. But don't even think about going there. That place is well guarded. I made sure of that. Just leave me be. I don't need you. I don't need anybody. Certainly not any of Vivaldi's stupid sons warning me about the dangers of greed. I only need look in my newly acquired Vanir mirror to see what it does to my skin. But I don't care. My treasure makes me feel safe, and it warms me from the inside, like the breath of a dragon. Get lost.
Signed, Fafnir.
Fafnir is really not helping his case. You know, you could be less of a dick, Fafnir.
Sir.
There you go, you wee little bugger. Well, the dragon hasn't done much for his personality.
Well, that was more annoying than worthwhile. I barely need to level up more. Or
Hey, it's a fragment of a language cipher. We should look for more like this.
unlock the realm of Niflheim. Ooh. 1 of 4. There's nothing wrong with setting a dragon free.
Here we go!
Nightmares, what awful pests! Aye, give him what for?
This is very clearly a troll. Or maybe not a troll. Either way, it seems very statuesque at the moment. So, how fares everyone today? There's essentially no reason to come up here. Back down we go. Norse and Germanic had a lot of crossover. Odin, for example, is all over the place with different names. Like Vodan, for example. Votan is also another one. Wait, am I accidentally going the right way again? I probably am.
Hey, Sindri, could you take a look at this?
Honestly, I don't have much else going on right now. Oh, the travelers. Oh, disgusting. Smelly, covered in God knows how many little beasties, but gorgeous armor. Let's see if I can't make something more sanitary. Yes?
Hey, Sindri.
Ah, offerings to Tyr. These are quite rare, you know?
Why?
Well, you know Odin, not the biggest fan of Tyr. I thought he destroyed all of these. Once you retrieve the whetstone, please take utmost care while handling it. It is a priceless relic, after all.
Hey, Sindri, have you met Mimir?
If you mean the severed head that keeps blinking at me, please, keep it away. There is no possible way that's hygienic.
Oh, that's nice. Lovely to see you too, Sindri. Knob.
Why? Is that a piece of my braided mistletoe arrow adorning your quiver strap? Oh, a little memento of your good pal Sindri? I'm so terribly touched. Let's get started then.
Oh, wait a moment. I can put Kratos in full plate armor? You have my attention. I need to kill more travelers. Oh, yes, I do.
Yes, dear boy. Oh, nothing. Okay.
Yeah, I think I accidentally went the correct way again. Need to head back this way. Let's go ahead and head back. Oh, this is a side area? Then we will move
Once you
forward.
retrieve the whetstone, please take utmost care while handling it. It is a priceless relic, after all.
To be fair, Gilgamesh, that is a bit of a problem when I'm trying to explore. And it happens very often. That heads back down. Hidden area. Council of Valkyries? Okay. Grab my attention.
What is this place?
Ah, could it be? The Eight Thrones.
Stop being coy, Ed. Do you know this place or not?
Mimir, the smartest man alive. I know many things.
Well, whatever this place is, it looks important.
To who? There is little of value here.
Yeah, no, not really seeing anything.
Wait a moment. Uh-huh.
Last time I found a door, it said 5 of 7. Freya, of course, being the leader of the Valkyries, so she would be 8. So if this is the Council of Valkyries and there's 7 doors plus Freya, then that means the doors are where the Valkyries are. So Odin has done something to them, sealed them away or something. Alright then. I wonder if that chisel we're going after, I wonder if that can actually open those doors.
I know I've been up in a mountain for a while now, but since when do the dead not stay dead? A little resurrection among friends is one thing, I can hardly complain. But it's as if hell itself is shambling into Midgard.
Freya said the world was out of balance. That somebody meddled with forces.
Oh, that's plain to see. And Odin is the king of meddlers. But I shudder to think what he did to cause this. But perhaps it involves the Valkyries. That'd be playing a dangerous game indeed.
What did I just say? What did I just finish saying? I need to stop. I just need to play the game and not think about it too hard.
What's got you all bum-fuzzled over there? Get going!
Alright, now let's actually head for this blasted destination. I am surprised these boats just keep magically reappearing.
Which way do I need to go?
Southwest. And another traveler. Think it is. Yes, it is. Let's see how strong he is.
I still can't believe he ate it.
I've beaten purple enemies before. I say I would probably have to... Yes, that's gonna be one where I have to just move the bridge over to it. Don't think there's any other way up there. Then I will bother with that one later. For now, we have places to be. Duly noted, Screamlord.
Should we dock on this beach?
Very nice, Lexiluna. I may be resuming near tomorrow. Still trying to decide what day is going to work best for everything. We might treat Wednesdays as a bit of a wild card. Could end up streaming just about anything. Hell, I might even call them Wildcard Wednesdays.
Well, look who decided to show.
Why, you not gonna talk to us? Huh. Did he bug out? Must have.
We're not getting in there without a key.
And I know who has the key, but whether or not he's wanting to cooperate.
Talk to this here ring.
What? I can't hear thoughts from rings, Brock. It's talking to me! It's Anvari!
Ha! Knew it.
He says he went to the Velnder mines to observe his mistake, but then the Soul Eater attacked, so as he was being ripped apart, he cast a spell that removed his soul and put in this ring. And then he...
What about all his stuff?
Huh?
Anvari had a workshop here with all sorts of posh doodads and ornatery tools, and one beaut of a hammer. You make mention of it still in there?
You're upsetting him.
Your point? You fellas take Anvari with you and go have a look-see. If you find his hammer, I'll whip up something real nice for you. Hey now,
All right.
Don't go forgetting your entry stone.
Anvari isn't happy about us taking his stuff.
I do not care.
I'm not gonna tell him that.
Now the boy has a ring that's going to talk to him. I hate these things.
Ready to go now. Switching arrows! Looks like we got them all.
A train.
And Vari says this dwarf was part of his crew. That he died because of his mistakes. He sounds sad.
The ring's grief is of little importance, boy.
Well, that worked.
Oh, he did not like that. He's warning us not to go down there.
Stop listening to the ring, boy. Cannot be trusted.
Mine. Been a while since I've done this kill. By all means. Let's have some fun. Come, boy.
Hold on.
That's what I thought. I knew there'd be a way to that chest.
Silence that ring, boy.
I don't know how.
I do not know which way is going to be the right way. Greetings and salutations to you, Macman. Oh, shit again. Okay, that probably moves forward. Let's see what this lift does. Bingo.
Here. Boy.
Yes, sir. Treasure map. All right.
So why are there dark elves in Midgar?
A soul eater.
And a traveler. Guard up.
Oh, that's trouble.
Now, what if I were to make them fight each other? Hmm?
Maybe that won't work. Probably not. Atreus? Why would you attack the... Oh, he's green. He's nothing. Come here, big boy! Oh, yes.
I did okay. Yeah?
Adequate.
This thing's not
A
waking up.
dead soul eater. What's a soul eater even doing here? What do you mean it's your fault?
Boy, ignore him.
It's sort of tough for me to ignore.
So the Traveler killed this thing, then? That's sad. I wanted to see it. Thank you very much for the follow, Scuba Steve. If I mispronounced your name, please correct me. That's coming back immediately, which means there's others in the line.
He says this chest will trigger a bunch of traps.
I'm fine with that.
I see no traps.
You sounded so sure about it.
It could be because he's not wanting us to take all of his things, boy. But then again, he is a ring. He cannot stop us. Very well done, boy. Very well done.
Mari says his workshop is up there. But I know. Don't trust the talking ring.
Luckily, the talking ring problem can be solved fairly simply. All we have to do is crush it, if it misleads us. How about you come down to my angle, big boy? I use protection. Small defensive zone that prevents Kratos' attacks from being interrupted, reduces the amount of damage he takes.
Ooh. Handy.
Our enemies are strong.
But we are stronger.
Boy.
Father, please, just listen. Invari's crew did something bad here. He's glad you destroyed his lab, and he's sorry he kept trying to trick us. His hammer is just through this gate.
Thank you very much for the follow. If I mispronounce this name, please correct me. But it is either Hyde1029 or Hide1029.
Here. Boy.
Yes, sir. Wonder who wrote this.
Removing an ancient soul and domesticating it as a beast of burden was surprisingly easy. They followed my every command and appeared to possess no free will, sense of self-preservation, or even hunger. Well, not until it turned poor Lid into ashes. Not even his soul remained. The lack of their own must be what drives him to immolate the souls of others. My soul eaters are an abomination. Several were sent to Muspelheim at the request of Surtur. What he will use them for, I shudder to consider. Another to Motsongnir, at Konungsgard. That fool can burn for all I care. My immediate concern is the dwarves of the Volundord mines. I pray I'm not too late to undo my mistake. I'm going to mispronounce a lot of these terms.
Oh.
And away it goes.
We will talk to the blue one. This is a fine hammer.
Invari says thank you.
I still don't trust this ring. I don't see why he would have given up that easily. I'm pretty sure I got everything. I think I got everything. We will go back and see if I got everything. I do believe that is everything.
You two find that hammer, or you too busy looting every keyhole and cranny?
Both.
Here, the alchemist's hammer. His spirit is a nuisance.
Yeah, Andvari always was an asshole. Hell of an alchemist, though. Hand him over here and I'll melt him down.
What? You're going to melt down your friend?
A trapped soul's what I need to give your reward some extra oomph. You don't want it?
Father, we can't do that. Here, you hold on to him. He's really useful, I promise.
Fine. So long as he proves his worth.
Kid's a bit of a softie, huh?
Really?
Well, he'll grow out of
Oh, almost forgot. Brock, this is our new friend Mimir.
it.
We've met.
Oh, why didn't you say so?
He knows why.
I know why. You know why.
Quiet. No more of this.
You know what? Sorry about it all. Can't you and Sindri just patch things up? Whatever happened couldn't be all that bad. You're family.
Now don't be lecturing me about family. I ain't the one what forgot what our name stood for. What we made, the weapons we made were legendary across 9 realms for more years than I can count. You just don't throw that away on account of one bad...
One bad what?
You one bad nothing. Ain't you got somewhere to be?
Not really. No.
Oh, wait, right. Yeah, there's this whole quest we're on. Jotunheim.
The work it is.
I forgot it existed.
Check back soon. Let's
Wait.
get you squared away then.
I need to grab another resurrection stone.
Now what was the other thing?
That should be it for now. That is. Alright, we can continue our journey.
So, Mimir. Seemed like maybe you know Brock and Sindri.
Oh, the Huldra brothers. Well, who doesn't? They're quite famous, or infamous, depending on your point of view. They crafted Mjolnir, you see. Thor's hammer, the Aesir's greatest murder weapon, the bane of giant kind.
They made Thor's hammer? I didn't think they'd like the Aesir.
Oh, I should say not. But this was long ago, and they were eager to make a name for themselves. Rather overdid it with that one, methinks.
In a boat, in a boat, in a boat, 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 boat.
Did I go in there? Yes. Yes, I did.
Should we dock on this beach?
Yes, I already see how this is going to go.
Ulvik. You were taken from this realm too early. You who walks among the living! My beloved Gulvig calls to me. She yearns for peace, yet her remains lie in pieces. I beg of you, make my Gulvig whole again.
You want us to collect her bones? Gross.
Gulvig's Sather magic knows no bounds. She can reunite you with those you've lost.
Really? How?
Boy,
I can smell your grief, child. Rest assured, her magic is strong enough to create bridges between life and death. If only for a short while.
boy, we are leaving.
They've taken 3 of Sweet Gulvig's bones and spread them across the lake. Bring me her bones, child. Gulvig will reward you.
Nothing good comes from Sealer magic. Still, side quest. And the boy does need to learn a lesson. So let's teach him to not be so trusting. Really? That beach?
Huh.
These bones pulse with magic.
It must be Golvi. Could we just hold on to it? Maybe we'll find the rest of them.
This spirit lies to you, boy.
How would you know?
I have known many spirits. They are all liars.
This one is different. I know it.
You know very little.
Atreus means well, but he's easily misled. Naivete is easy to take advantage of.
Golvig's bones.
What will you say to her?
To Golvig?
Your mother. What have you left unsaid?
I guess... I just want to know if she's okay.
She is dead, boy.
I know that. You don't understand.
Neither do you.
What would you say to him?
Nothing.
Nothing?
There is nothing left to say.
What about everything we've done so far? That man coming to the house? Talking to the world serpent? We've done so many amazing things. I just want to tell her about them. Don't you?
What else would you say to her?
I tell her that we're both okay. Not to worry about us.
Atreus, I miss her too. You know this.
I thought I knew very little.
Alrighty, boy. You're going to learn this lesson the hard way. Things I deal with for you.
That's purple.
Come here, big boy. Ooh, solid hit.
Father, you're almost found a healing stone. It's weak, Father!
Yeah, so's mine, boy. That laser is troublesome.
Have you considered a tactical retreat?
Never. Will his arrows even do anything to its heart? I legitimately do not know.
Sir. Hey, it's another treasure map.
I know he can't help it, Lady Catherine. But that is not going to change the lesson he's about to learn. It cannot be avoided. As much as we may want to protect kids, there are some lessons they have to learn. Otherwise, they will not be ready for the cruelties of reality.
The final bone.
Yeah.
We might as well return them to the spirit. Maybe he will keep his word.
I know she's not coming back, okay? I know. I just... Never mind. Let's just go return the bones.
That I do not know, Xavier.
Another piece of the language cipher. Good.
Ooh.
I wonder why Goofy's bones are all over the place.
Desecration, typically. Pieces of scattered corpse make for a piss-poor soul. No hope for Valhalla or Helheim when your arm's on one beach and your head's on another.
Why not ask the spirit? I'm sure he will be forthcoming with answers.
Are there issues with the stream?
Can we doctor it?
Understood. And keep in mind, I am only an affiliate, so there's a good chance my stream is locked at the source quality, which should be 720. Does mean people who are on not great connections are not able to change quality.
Once you retrieve the whetstone, please take utmost care while handling it. It is a priceless relic, after all.
I will consider it, Sindri.
So, I heard you and Brock are kind of famous.
Well, you're half right. Whatever did you hear?
That you made Thor's hammer.
Oh. Yes, we did do that. Mjolnir put us on the map. It was a legendary run. Gods and kings knew our brand. We really did make quite a team.
So what happened?
Oh, well, that's a long story. Things happened that made it difficult to find that certain spark, you know? Inspiration is a fickle mystery.
Huh?
Oh, enough distractions. You see the mess I have to clean up around here?
Before I'm done, Odin will be fully blinded.
I still can't believe his son would kill his own father. That's crazy, right?
Yes.
I know.
Crazy.
We only got one side of the story. But come on. His own father? I mean, I get angry at you sometimes, but...
Do you?
I mean, sometimes, yeah. A little. But I'd never stab you in the back.
No. I imagine not.
Boy, if you're going to kill me, come at me from the front.
What's that down there? This clan really didn't want anyone coming in. How are we supposed to get through?
There must be a way to lift the gate.
Maybe with the big water wheel.
My thought as well.
At least he's learned to chill out. Well done, boy.
Focus up, boy.
Stay there! How'd I do?
Take care and rest well, Red Pantacola. be a different way through there.
Follow me, Atreus.
Oh?
Just water. There has to be some way in there. On the other side, clearly. Which means I should take this leftmost path.
Oh.
Why is that here, though?
When are you angry?
What?
With me. When?
Oh. I guess sometimes when you don't think I can do something, but I can.
It is not always easy to know one.
It's okay. I get it. I'm little. Where's that whetstone, I wonder?
He keeps changing the subject. You are not subtle, boy.
Ooh, hello there, tall, dark, and dumb.
Ooh, solid hit. Did you just throw him at me? Okay, big boy. I can do that too. Come here!
They were harder than I thought.
Up and around, then.
Look here.
Yes, sir. Interesting.
I am not going to be able to pronounce that. is to know the brutal history of these lands. Before the Great Flood, before the desolation, men lived peacefully in Midgard. The dead stayed dead, Draugr were a rarity, and the use of cider magic was considered deeply shameful. The old ways, when a man's worth is measured by how well he swings a blade. Strength, our highest virtue. These are harsh lands and they are no place for the weak. The strong will prosper in life, and in death, join the ranks of the Einherjar.
Einherjar?
I never know how to pronounce that word correctly. The weak will scrape and suffer a meager existence, joining the ranks of the unworthy in the depths of Helheim. Such is the cycle of life till Ragnarok comes. Wait, is this the one that had the chest?
It is not.
That is bound to be here somewhere. Ah, that is our destination. Then we will not go that way yet. There are other places to explore. Greetings and salutations to you, Colonel Teru. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope your stream went well. Ah, you were playing the new Pokemon Snap, weren't you? And thank you very much for the follow, Forest GS. If I mispronounced your name, please correct me. Now, how do I get back? Must be a way down there. Different pathway, perhaps? So in other words, they did the sequel correctly. That is good to hear. Pokemon Snap is one they could have easily fucked up. And thank you very much for the follow, Grim Rabbit Skull. If I mispronounce your name, please do correct me.
What happened over there?
Wait, didn't I hear one of... No, I did. Where is it? I don't readily see it, so it might just be further down. Thank you very much for giving that sub to Hail Hydro, Grim Rabbit Skull.
Father, this looks interesting.
Oh, right. Belly mechanism. I will have to go back a little bit later. This appears to be a cutscene.
Ooh, he had a rough time.
This is the son.
That ghost son? How do you know?
The sigil. It matches the dagger we found in his father's back. He stood his ground, but it was not enough.
They betrayed him.
Betrayal begets betrayal. My guess, the young one murdering his dad didn't sit well with the others.
He thought himself ready to lead. It cost him his life.
I guess.
Look there, lad. By his feet.
The whetstone!
Yes. They used it to smash his face in.
They did? Ew.
Focus up!
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, did you have an opinion?
Tell me when!
Weaklings.
I wonder why they left this whetstone behind. If Sindri wants it, it must be really useful.
Well, lad, reavers have very specific priorities. If it's not shiny and you can't eat or drink it, might as well use it as a blunt object.
I thought there was going to be something more useful. Now, you said there was a path we could shimmy down, correct? I don't think I can go back this way, so I'll have to go all the way back around. Oh, by all means, start throwing stuff at me.
Ready, Father!
Bonk.
Not yet! I think I'm getting better at this.
You are. I'm proud of you, boy.
Boy, over here.
Yes, sir. There's a scroll here. It belonged to the sun.
While you were off hunting and pillaging, Granddad raised me, and taught and cared for me. I loved him, and you stabbed him in the back. I hated you. But time has a way of changing things. The clan celebrated. They spat on his kind spirit, saw it as proof of weak leadership. Much as I hate to admit it, Raise Lefamur thrived with you at the helm. As a boy, I made an oath to the Nornir that I would avenge him. My skill with the blade grew, and you finally began to notice me. We grew closer, but the Nornir do not suffer broken oaths, not even those made by a grieving child. Their chest outside Fafnir's storeroom has reminded me of that oath, so the cycle of betrayal continues. You killed the only father I ever knew, but even now, I regret my actions, filled with remorse. Give me.
Wow, this goes on and on. Father, forgive me, filled with remorse, regret my actions.
Had he thought before taking action, there would be no need for regret, yes?
Yeah, maybe we should bring this to his father, back at the storeroom.
Boy,
Sir! Another map! Great!
Enchantment that increases luck by 13. Nice. I honestly do not know what stats I'm building. Kinda haven't thought about it. Here we go. This is what I've been wanting since I got here. And it was ultimately not worth it. Luck also apparently affects the activation rate. For those bonuses. I know one of those ravens is down here somewhere. I just don't know actively where it is. So yes, I would not mind a hint in regards to the ravens. And holy cow, I have not played any of the God of the War games. God of the War? I can't talk tonight. I've not played any God of War games until this one. On the gate? Yep. Thank you for that. Piss off, Odin. I know what happens in the other God of War games. I was at least given a rundown of that, but I've not played them. I don't know all the details. I do not know what the items are, Simon. Again, I know story beats at most.
Now, I was told there was a path I could shimmy along. Oh, I think I see it.
It's fine. Items are still items.
There's something down there.
Hello, hello.
Mine. And that remains not worthwhile.
You didn't happen to find the whetstone, perchance?
Sindri, this whetstone's going to very quickly become your computer room.
We found your whetstone.
Oh, wonderful! This staining is unusual.
The Reavers used it to smash another Reaver's face in.
Oh, wonderful. Here, for your trouble. I can't wait to test out the new whetstone. It may not look like much, but it's practically hummed with magic. I've needed a new one after my brother borrowed the last one. I saw him spit on it. "To lube it up," he said. I didn't ask for it back. Let's do it.
That is pretty good, actually. But I prefer what I have right now.
Well, don't buy anything on my account.
Now we need to head back to Fafnir's storeroom and tell the dead father about his now dead son. we have not returned the bones yet. Let's actually stop and do that along the way, since I have full HP right now. Because I'm expecting a fight. Actually, this is on the way to our destination for the story. So let's go and hit up the Fafnir storeroom first.
Wow, it's like there was an entire city under the water.
Aye, lad. A forgotten city.
What was it called?
Well, I forgot.
These are some pretty massive bones. Oh? Then I may head that way.
There sure is a lot to see here.
Prepare yourself!
I think you got him.
I might have.
Nice to have an easy fight every once in a while.
Greetings and salutations to you, Lord Coordinator. How fare you today?
What are you fools doing back here? Come to pilfer my boots and small clothes?
We found your son. He was betrayed too. And we found part of his journal. It sounded like he regretted killing you.
Fat lot of good that does me. How'd he go out? He die fighting?
We found 4 corpses near his. They were decapitated.
Ha! Vandrid always did keep his sword nice and sharp. A lesson he picked up from me. He's a backstabbing bastard, but knowing he's in Valhalla sets me at ease. Thanks.
One.
Thing. I'm glad we came back here.
That thief did not deserve the peace you gave him.
Maybe so. Still, it feels good to help people. Even the dead ones.
So much like your mother.
There is one little problem with that, Atreus. The Valkyries are likely indisposed right now, so... he very likely did not go to Valhalla.
More likely, sitting down in Helheim. But hey, at least they'll be reunited in death.
To be fair, X-Ward, I can understand that. It's the reason I'm not opposed to the harsh lessons you're going to have to learn. Because they were lessons I had to learn. Because sometimes you do your best to help people, and they just take advantage. But that does not mean you should stop helping people. But it does mean you should use your best judgment. For as much bad as there is in this world, there's many cruel and awful people you'll meet. There's still the shining beacons that still manage to give you hope. The genuinely good people of the world. Yeah, I do believe that is one left. The way I see it, life is relatively short, and the world is a cruel and harsh place. So, why not leave it in a better state than you lived in? Why not help others so they do not have to suffer the way you did?
I see something down there.
As far as I'm concerned, if I've made even one person smile or laugh, then my life has been worthwhile. Because that is a brief moment in their life that they were not sad or otherwise in pain. A brief moment of respite that I gave someone. I'm satisfied with that.
We have collected the rest of your woman's corpse spirit. Show us this magic you have promised.
Ah, my sweet Gulvik. Whole again. Rise, dear Gulvik. Awaken, O powerful Gulvig!
Saw that coming.
She says she'll honor our request and reunite us.
In death.
Okay, you were right. I'm not ready. All right, say it. I told you so.
I told you so.
You are naive, foolish boy.
This is true as well. But do not take your disappointment out on me, boy. Take it as a lesson.
Yes, sir.
Ooh. I didn't even really take much damage in that fight. Yeah, no. The trace will be fine.
Ah, good. The special chisel is ahead past this gate.
Really? You're kidding me. Come here, big boy. We're going on a little trip.
I did okay, yeah?
You have potential, boy.
I'm having fun.
This chisel we seek, what is it?
I'm glad you asked, actually. I have just the story. There was a giant once named Famu. A very giant, who, despite his mountainous size, was without question the greatest stonemason this world had ever seen. Proud Thamur hoped to one day pass his vast knowledge on to his son. But young Hrimthur had the heart of a warrior. Perhaps the father had too much fear in him, or the son too little. Either way, a quarrel of theirs spiraled out of control, and the overworked stonemason, bonk, struck his son. Hrimthur ran off into the night. Feeling shame and regret, Thamur chased after his son. But in his emotional state, soon found himself wandering Midgard, lost and alone. Sadly, he caught the eye of the one person he didn't want to meet alone that night, so far from home. Thor.
And what happened next?
You'll see.
Oh.
I know what happens in mythology, so this is not going to be a pretty sight. Yep.
Thor killed him. Oh no. He fell in a village?
Aye. When Thamur fell, he crushed a charming place famed for worshipping the Vanir god Njord. Thor always took credit for planning that one. The truth is, the sweaty ballbag just got lucky.
I have not gotten that Thor statue yet.
Are we doing this? Robot! Almost ready!
I don't remember telling you to fire, boy.
We seek a chisel.
The tip of one, yes. Very, very giant chisel.
Dog,
Oh.
that didn't seem to do anything.
Those are fingers. Definitely a very giant.
Brother, looks like that crystal's brimming again.
Wait a moment. But I can turn this.
Oh, neat trick, lad.
Thanks. His idea.
Oh, thank you very much for the 100 bits, Blackfoot Ferret. They might be giants, boy. They might be giants. There's another one of these damn doors. 6 of
Magically
7.
sealed, I'm afraid.
So I am right. This is likely where the Valkyries are.
Good to know.
What happened to the survivors?
Oh, Thamur was a frost giant. When he died, his final breath froze everything.
This is locked up good.
Atreus, to me!
Okay, I'm coming.
The warp gate? Oh, that's gonna be a fun hit. Good. Correct spot. Correct timing.
there. See it? There he is.
Find the tip of that chisel. That's the magic we need.
Drove the chisel into his head.
Hostiles. What should we do? Here we go! Roma! Need more time! After it!
Left flank!
Let's play. Oh!
We did it!
Damn. Okay. That was a thing. Doorway. That's one.
An all-fine light crystal. Wonder what it's for.
Can you read it?
Yes, sir. To Njord, we offer back the sea's bounty.
Ah, yes. It was believed that Njord calmed the winds and seas for the fishermen. For that, they loved and worshipped him here.
Hey, hardened road tree sap. That's handy. That did it.
Where does this need to be set?
Aha.
You playing on the ice, Atreus? I don't blame you. I would too.
This is something.
Oh, this is very clearly an ice ancient. resistance to frost attacks. Nice.
You are one vicious son of a bitch.
You're damn right. One more. Now where is this last one?
Hello? What's that? Aha!
That was not it. That was. Mark of the Ranger. I wonder if I missed any more apples. Because I believe I'm only missing one. I got an enchantment or something from that chest.
How are we getting down there?
I have a plan.
You do?
Do not act so surprised.
Oh, no offense, brother, but I don't even think Thor with Mjolnir in hand could get through that much ice.
Then Thor's a fool.
This should be entertaining.
Ha ha ha! I already know what he's thinking.
Ready. On your left! Enemy down! Almost there! Ready and wait!
Come here, big boy. We're going for a ride.
Almost there. Only 2 left. Not yet. I'm ready.
Oh, there is still something left.
Our enemies are strong.
Oh, Sindri's here. So, what I'm thinking, they would not put that giant hammer in clear view if we weren't going to use it.
Fight. Here, catch.
Well, that was a waste of a perfectly good
How
hour.
were you not seen? There is nowhere here to hide.
Oh, that. It's a little trick my people can pull. A special way of not being seen.
You can be invisible?
More like I can step into the realm between realms, and your mind doesn't understand what it's seeing, so it sees nothing at all. That's how we avoid ever having to actually use the weapons we craft.
It doesn't seem to work on dragons, though.
Your brother wanted to know if you're getting enough to eat. I guess I could tell him you are.
Brock was asking about me?
Was there meat on his breath?
You let him touch this again.
Smooth.
Come on, then.
So that's how Brock was in the temple right after the water drop. He stepped between realms.
Okay, now shush. I need complete silence for this. There you
Kratos is getting tired of the shenanigans, but I'm not.
Let's get to it.
I'm having fun with these two.
Well, scrounge around a bit more and we'll build something then.
Yes, come in. Oh, nothing.
You have nothing for me, Sindri.
Okay.
So, this plan of yours.
Can you guess it?
Knowing you, it doesn't involve standing around here.
Correct.
But how do we move forward? Boy, Armor really liked jewelry, didn't he? Even braided his beard with it.
I happen to think he looks dashing. You know, for a snow-covered corpse.
Careful! My shop's right here!
Oh, you're fine.
Over there!
That is some scraggly beard hair, though. Though, to be fair, he is dead.
Yes.
You think there's something inside that'll help us break the ice and get to the chisel tip?
No.
I'll keep thinking.
Focus up.
Really? I'm gonna do this my way.
I'm ready!
Really? Come on. Pathetic. Interesting. It's the same on both sides.
Lemire, you knew this place? Before?
I came here on a diplomatic mission once, trying to broker a peace between Asgard and Vanaheim. That war. So many lives lost. What I didn't know was Thor had already gone on a killing spree of giants.
What did the giants have to do with the war between the gods?
Nothing at all, lad. That's the tragedy of it. They took no side in that madness. But Odin's paranoia is surpassed only by Thor's lust for blood.
That leads to the destination. Oh, come on. Do I not have it close enough? Still no apples. It's not so much bullying when they're just killing them outright.
Another crystal. Just give the word. Huh. What now? Ooh, you got most of it.
Do you see what I'm thinking
Well,
yet, boy?
a stealthy plan it is not.
Now we must free the other strap.
We do? Why are we going up when what we need is all the way down there?
Think.
Well, the chisel tip is under thick layers of ice, so melting it won't work.
Correct.
And there weren't any shattered crystals nearby for me to shoot, so that's not an option.
Correct.
That just leaves smashing the ice. We need something ridiculously heavy to... Oh, I get it now.
Good.
How are we going to turn the hammer so it lands near the chisel tip?
Not possible. We cut it free, write it down, and figure out what comes next after.
So your plan involves a whole bunch of luck then?
You are welcome to suggest a different one.
What now?
Hold tight.
Really? Down we go!
Ill advised.
Jump!
Not quite yet.
That didn't work. It only fell little ways.
Don't worry, we'll get up there and fix it.
Oh no! The floor's collapsed. There's a sand bowl, but how do we get to it?
We cannot. What does it say?
When time itself is disarrayed, the forward path is retrograde. Retrograde? It's backwards?
Those symbols. The seasons?
Yeah, but the order's all jumbled. Shouldn't it be winter, spring, summer, autumn?
Why start with winter?
It's from a song Mother used to sing.
Don't I know that one? Winter that
Quiet, head.
doesn't like music either. Got it.
Try that.
Vauer, Haust, Vetter, Sumar. No, that wasn't right.
So it needs to be fall, summer, spring, winter.
Write it.
Haust, Sumar, Vauer, Vetter. Yes!
Atreus, that word.
Thola. It means endure.
Try it.
Thola.
Well done, lad.
Write it again.
Thola. We're rising! The energy's lifting the platform.
Keep writing.
Thola. Thola.
Oh, it's an elevator.
Head.
Prepare for combat.
My guess? Temporal magic. Dangerous stuff the High Vanir gods used to play around with. The ability to freeze time. Happened to be a favorite of Njord himself, in fact.
Used to. Why did they stop?
Well, turns out stopping time keeps the sun and moon from streaking across the sky. Unfortunately, it does not stop the wolves that chase them, always looking to sink their teeth in. After that, they decided it was best to leave time alone.
I can't get to the wall! Not ready!
Back to writing before the floor collapses.
Get back to it, boy.
Father! The ball dropped away! We're collapsing!
Jump!
Come on board.
You did well.
Thanks.
The boy.
Just having a little fun, you big grump.
You know, I kinda wish Mimir did have a full body. It'd be fun to run around with him.
Well, there it is. How are we going to get it free?
A push.
But
Trust me.
Let your old man do his work, boy.
Ready. Dig in and push with everything.
yes, sir. How do we get down?
We jump.
Really?
Come. Do not panic.
Why would I panic?
I have you.
You're cracked, you know that?
Good. We should keep moving.
Snow.
Chisel tip.
Give the man credit. He has a talent for destroying things.
Remember that head.
Never leaves my mind.
How do we know they're even here? Because that hammer didn't fall on its own. Well, if we find them, I'll get the key right. What is the matter with you? I smell a dwarf. Find him.
Father.
Not now.
Those were the guys we saw with Baldur. His nephews?
Aye. Magni and Modi, the sons of Thor.
Mother always said the Aesir were the worst of gods, and Thor was the worst of the Aesir. Guess he's a terrible father, too.
They are no longer children. They have no excuse.
Will Sindri be okay?
They'll never even see him. Ah, the great dining hall. Envy of all Midgard. Funny, I remember there being a massive candelabrum. Really livened up the place.
There.
Ah, yes. You just can't help but break things, can you?
Okay. There's gonna be 3 very distinctive fights here. I can already tell.
If memory serves, the Jarl's throne was just on the other side of that wall of ice.
Come on then, big boy.
Focus
Oh, I'm sorry, did you have an opinion? How about I beat some sense into your head? You're gonna have more than a headache after this. Really, boys?
I can see a path out, but there's no way to reach it.
Ooh. Indeed. Nice. Let's see. There's a path.
Okay, here we go. Over.
Thank you very much for the 100 bits, Lord Coordinator. I do hope you're taking care of yourself, first and foremost.
Better.
But take care and rest well.
Right behind you.
Good boy. Now stay down.
I think we can get through there. We'll need something to get through this one.
That is rough, buddy.
Something ahead.
See, lad, he's fine. Thought it best to vanish when Thor's idiot sons showed up.
Those men, what do you know of them?
First, they're not men, they're gods. Well, demigods. Anyway, let's see. Thor's their dad, different moms, sordid story that one. Baldur's their uncle, Odin, dear old grandpa. Oh, and a sister named...
Weapons. How do they fight?
Oh, of course. Magni's strong. really strong. Carries a huge sword hardened by cyclonic thunder. And Modi? Ugh. I'd sooner lick a rat than shake that dung heap's hand. His mason shields are just a cheap knockoff of my elegant work on their dad's hammer. Best to follow my lead and avoid, but who am I talking to? I'm feeling creative today.
We could upgrade this, but that is a lot of hack silver to spend.
What can I do for you?
Hell with it. No wonder I'm so weak. I haven't upgraded any of this.
Who knew?
I don't suppose you could try keeping that clean.
It's not as much strength. Missing a good bit. But the added defenses will be useful. Actually, that's a good point. Can I make the Traveler armor? I can make the breastplate. Or I could go for tears instead. $20 vitality. The tears is feeling more like a general purpose armor. Will probably be really good by the end game. Oh, I'm sorry. Slowly regenerate a protective barrier that absorbs a single attack? Yes.
I think that's a keeper.
Oh, yes. Bare-handed damage. Oh, I can make the full set. Oh, wait, maybe I can't. Ooh.
Wear it in good health.
Yeah, now I need to find at least one more traveler. Damn. Then, in the meantime, I'm going to grab Tyr's belt. Or maybe not. Not if it gets shown up, as you say. I may just wait.
And what do you have your eye on? What shall it be?
I need more traveler stuff for this. A lot more. That would've...
Don't let the Draugr get you.
What else did I get? That would actually be really good. Successful axe kills grant a health burst. Maybe I should use this. No, that's not worthwhile. Alright. Reduces the rage cost of using attacks. I've got a lot more enchantments. Ooh, general purpose. Rage burst. That is still good for me, but not for this. I think I'll go with tears for now. More general purpose. Eye of Fury would still be good. Because I do attack quite a bit when I'm in rage. 15%. Let's go for that polished crest of courage. Because I parry a lot. I think we're set. Yes, there's nothing else I can buy at the moment for the boy. And nothing else for the axe either. I should be smart. I should save. Because I've not saved this entire time.
Will you focus on your damn job? I mean it. He went to war with Uncle and walked away. Maybe. Uncle hasn't seen straight in years. As long as Father believes him, so do we. So you will stop talking, focus, and help me find him. You can't disappoint Father. Oh, I'll smack you, boy. No, we cannot disappoint Father. Now keep looking.
It is weird seeing Kratos in plate armor. But I do want to complete the set. Oh, right. I forgot I could level these up. I completely forgot that. Let's focus on the boy first. Because he is ultimately more useful than I am.
Hurry, brother. We may get a piece of the chisel and be gone before they even notice. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Boy. Surrender. The All-Father demands it.
No.
Good.
You're Your old father can shove a spear up his ass.
And where do you think you're going? Oh no, brother. The little freak's got a bow. What are we gonna do?
You're gonna get parried is what's gonna happen.
Tell me. I'll take this small one.
No, you won't. You are not gonna touch my boy!
I can't remember the last time we called this a challenge. An old man and stillborn.
Come here, big boy. I'm going to give you the beating your father never gave you.
Stay behind me, boy. Why do you hunt us? What does Odin want?
Don't know. Don't give up. Come here, Harry. You're done with Daddy's hand.
Shut up! Don't call me that!
Can't believe you've lied. Skinny little arms can barely lift the boat.
I said shut up!
Calm yourself, boy.
Looks like they need another. She cut up your face and you looked at her.
Don't talk about my mother!
Don't talk about my mommy.
Don't listen to him, lad. He's trying to rile you up.
Idiots. Son.
The sons of Thor are welcome to try.
Head!
Sorry, overstepped, yeah?
Heads up, assholes.
Gonna drag your carcass to us.
This is my favorite. This
I see them!
is my favorite.
Stop it!
Boy, stay focused.
Yeah!
what? I can do that too.
Wow, kids. Oh, that must have been some war that made it the last of him.
I'll kill you!
Atreya! Control yourself!
No! How did you... You have no idea. You son of a bitch!
You do not touch my son.
Sickness. Fever has returned.
No! It hasn't.
Roy,
The coffin, the blood. The boy's sick, he needs Freya.
No!
steady.
I'll be alright.
There you go, lad.
I'm fine, see?
We should keep an eye on him.
See, that is what happens when you lay a hand on my son.
Enough?
Should do. With that, we can carve the travel rune to Jotunheim. Get you where you need to go. Oh, incidentally, all those magically sealed doors we've seen can now be unlocked. Like that one round the corner. You can get through that door there now that you've got the chisel.
You killed Magni.
That he did.
He was a god. But you killed him.
Minor Aesir, perhaps. But I.
And his father is Thor.
Not minor. Not minor at all, him. This will not go over well in Asgard.
I defended us. Nothing more. I fear no judgment.
Judgment, no. But if vengeance is any concern.
Since when can you kill a god?
I've killed many gods, boy. I will not stop now.
A cairn door.
Aha. Well hidden. Aha. One of three. That's 2. Where's the third one? We just killed Magni, Sacco. Would have gotten Modi too, but the little coward ran away. There it is. You know, I honestly like the plate armor look for Kratos. Not very fitting for him, but, looks good.
Wait, we were here before. Which way back?
Hey! Did you hear? Magni, the Aesir god, son of Thor, dead! I know! Now Modi's on a rampage across Midgard, looking for the killer, swearing that once he finds him, he'll... Oh shit, that was you guys.
We should probably discuss that more quietly.
Or not at all. I think that's a great plan.
How has word spread that much already? Yes. Can't upgrade the bow yet.
Wait.
Oh no, it needs hardened. Never mind.
And we're back to you. What a surprise.
Have something to say, Sindri? I can at least upgrade this.
Fine piece of work. If I say so myself. That looks amazing.
Now, there is something else to tell you.
No point really increasing that. Let's get Eye of Fury. Perfect. Oh, yes. Ooh, fancy. Not that great, if I'm being honest. This, however, is. Look at that. Fully upgraded. Nothing left to... Oh.
Atreus has 2 more things.
But Kratos is done. Let me actually refresh the capture. I am noticing some audio irregularities.
Un momento, por favor.
There we go. Let's go back out this way. There's a lot of doors to open.
I don't think the lad's doing too well.
I'm fine. Nothing to worry about.
If so, then keep up.
Yes, sir.
Da ba 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 dag of war.
Thank you very much for the follow, CC as a gamer. If I mispronounce your name, please correct me.
Back to life.
That is interesting. It's known the Aesir find their own way to Valhalla. No Valkyrie escort, no processing at the gates of Helheim. That may be significant.
And thank you very much for the 1,000 bits, Staccato. I do hope you're taking care of yourself, first and foremost. Thank you very much for the follow, Deny It All. Yeah, there's a good bit here.
Well,
that did not work. Let's get this chest first, while I'm still thinking of it.
What's that up there?
Just a realm tear. Nothing much to that.
Look, back near the giant's head. What is this place?
Fishermen would bring their day's catch into this port and use that contraption to send some of it directly to the Jarl's main kitchen. The rest were sorted and sold.
There is an exit under the thumb. Find a way across.
Let's get Atreus up top first.
There is an opening.
I can get it. There's a path to the exit on the other side.
I'm not in Jotunheim just yet, Silent Wolf. We just dealt with Magni.
There's a rope up here.
And greetings to you, Jason is Gold.
I think that did it.
Always help this deteriorating further.
Back under his palm. We're almost there.
Everything we just did. Climbed around a dead giant, rode a giant falling hammer, fought some bad gods. What do you think Mother would say?
That you have come a long way.
Thanks.
Now, I know you're feeling sick right now. And while I should get you to Freya...
There's something over there.
Yeah, see, he's thinking the same thing. Let's go fight instead.
Father, over there.
Ooh.
Look here. Another.
Ah, you know this one, don't you?
It's Thamur, the giant stonemason. Is he building a wall around Jotunheim?
It was to be his masterwork. He only wanted to protect his people.
Too bad the first part got burned.
I prefer the last panel was burned. Such a senseless pity.
Now, if I'm right, this is going to be a Valkyrie of some sort.
This place. It feels like a prison.
That would explain the hefty magical lock on the outside.
But it's more than that. I have this feeling like something is waiting for us down here.
You've a knack for ominous statements, lad.
What kind of something?
I'm not sure. Something powerful.
Whatever you feel, boy, we will handle it. We have come this far, yes?
Yes, Father.
Oh, ominous. Oh yeah, there's something over there. Oh, if I'm about to get my ass kicked, I'm looking forward to it. Wait, I heard one of his ravens.
A Valkyrie? Imprisoned? She actually did it.
A Valkyrie? But I thought they were just spirits.
Take caution, lads. A Valkyrie in the flesh. I can't think of a more formidable opponent.
She does not attack.
Does she even know we're here? So, I think she knows we're here now.
Yeah.
Valhalla shunned
Gunnar.
the likes of you.
Ooh, nice. Show you a little of my own. Nice hit.
that one, brother.
I'm not ready. Father, healing stuff.
Thank you, boy. Oh, nice hit. Finally, a worthy, fair opponent. Come here. Let me free you from this prison. I will tear your soul from your body.
You have freed me from my corrupted form. You have my eternal gratitude. But my sisters remain trapped as I was. Take my helm. Find them. Free them. The fate of the Valkyries rests on your shoulders.
The fate of the Valkyries.
Sounds pretty important.
That's putting it mildly, lad.
What do you know of them?
A fair question, and yet not one easily answered. I know more than most, but much of their history is veiled in secrecy. My own experience with the Valkyries ends with my imprisonment.
You are avoiding the question, Head.
As I said, brother, it's complicated. I don't know why or how they become such wretched creatures, but perhaps if we can free more of them.
You want us to fight more of those things?
The fate of the Valkyries, lad. A more worthy endeavor there is not.
It will be dangerous.
Well, that hasn't stopped you before, eh? That's the spirit.
Oh, I'm so excited to fight the other ones now. That was a good fight. I legitimately enjoyed that. Also circles back to the fact that if it can be parried, it will die horribly. Oh, I'm looking forward to it, chasing this gold. I am immensely looking forward to it. This is my very first God of War game, Siegmund. Oh no. This is not arrogance, this is not cockiness. This is eagerness. Whether I win or am destined to get my ass utterly destroyed by the Valkyries, I'm excited for it.
Look at the boy.
No, I feel better now. I just needed to catch my breath. Where do we go next?
Well, now that we've got the Giant's Chisel, we need to learn the travel rune to Jotunheim, so we can carve it into that special gateway atop the peak, and open realm travel to the land of the Giants.
You don't know it?
Alas, no. But the serpent did mention that the Giants had entrusted that secret to Tyr.
Isn't Tyr dead?
Aye, but his hidden vault is very much in reach. The doors are beneath his temple, submerged in the lake for generations until our snake friend shifted his weight. There we shall find the fabled Black Rune of Jotunheim.
We could also explore some more. We got that chisel now, and that vault isn't going anywhere. Seems a shame to waste the boat.
We shall see, boy.
Oh, I can't wait.
Okay, I know I saw something.
I saw too.
Rhea did say the Jotunheim Realm Tower was missing from the lake. But maybe only kinda?
Very strange indeed.
I think, however,
Ooh, Tyr's vault is behind that magical lock.
this is going to be a good place to call it for now. I have significantly gone over my usual time. I am glad I at least got to fight one Valkyrie. So that makes me exceedingly happy. Now, we should find someone to raid. And also, let me put on some music, so it's not just dead silence.
A-do-do-do. A-do-do-do. A-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Oop, one thing. There we go. Now, let's find someone to raid.